Thank you. Good morning.
Chair, the next witness is in the witness box D1618, and he'll either be sworn or affirm, as the case may be.
I swear by Allah
That the evidence I shall give
that evidence I should give
shall be the truth,
should be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Sit down, please.
Perhaps I could just start by saying that I'm sure you'll appreciate why I'm obviously not going to be addressing you by your name, so I will just refer to you as Sir, and my apologies if that feels very impersonal, but I'm sure you understand the reasons why. Thank you.
Thank you. For the purposes of this inquiry, you are known as D1618, which is a cipher. And can you confirm, please, that you have provided a statement to this inquiry dated the 3rd of November of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chair, that's INQ 000055. I'm not going to ask for it to go up on screen, but I'm going to invite you, Chair, to adduce that in its totality.
Absolutely, thank you.
As evidence,
Agreed.
please. As far as you're concerned, can I ask you this? Which is your country of origin? Where do you come from?
Afghanistan.
And how old are you now?
I'm 24.
And you were detained at Brook House Centre. I think in your witness statement you say the 16th of April of 2017. Was it the 16th of May rather than April? Do you remember now?
I can't remember what was in the 16.
Let's just have a look at a document, and I think it's easier if we put it up on screen rather than I ask you to go to that bundle which you have. Chair, for you it's flag 13.
Thank you.
Can we put up on screen, please, HOM 0332009 at page 1. And if we just expand the top half, I hope you'll have seen this before. These are medical records from Brook House. And we have your number, your cipher, at the top of the page. It relates to your detention at Brook House. And do you see there is a date, the 16th of May, 2017?
Yes, sir.
And do you see there is a second date, the 16th of May, 2017, where it says history, new admission from Luna House?
Yes, sir.
So it may suggest that rather than the 16th of April, which you thought originally was the date of your original detention, it's more likely to be the 16th of May. It may not matter very much. And you were there for about 6 or 7 months at Brook House?
Yes, sir.
I think you say you were there until the 16th of November
That's right.
of 2017. What happened on the 16th of November?
On the 16th of November, I went to file reporting and home office.
No, not. Let me ask you this way. Were you released on bail on the 16th of November?
Yes, sir.
So you were released from Brook House?
Yep.
You were allowed to go?
Yep.
And this period of 6 months or so, was that the first time you had been in a detention centre?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you a little about some history?
Yes, sir.
You were you granted refugee status?
Yes, sir.
In July 2020, following a successful asylum appeal?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you diagnosed while you were at Brook House with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, sir.
And was that as a result of events in Afghanistan?
Yes, sir.
And what sort of problems did post-traumatic stress disorder cause you? What problems did you have as a result of having that disorder?
Stress and nightmare
Stress, nightmare.
and headache.
How did it affect your memory?
It's affect me because I wasn't there, and without any reason I was detained. I was keep thinking.
Yeah, but how did it affect your memory? Do you understand my question?
Yeah.
Having post-traumatic stress disorder, did you have any memory issues as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And during your time at Brook House, did your mental health become worse?
Worse and worse.
Yeah. And you say you suffer from nightmares and headaches and so on. Now, let's keep these medical records open, please, because I want to ask you some questions about them to begin with. There's a lot of information there, and perhaps I can summarize the information you gave when you arrived at Brook House. And we may have to expand it a bit more, please, if we can sort of halve the page, because it's very difficult to read. When you arrived at Brook House, this is what's known as the history. This is the account that you gave, which the healthcare assistant took from you when you arrived late on the 16th of May. By the look of it, that's the date. And in the second line, can you read it with me? Current medication. He's not on any current medication. No past or present thoughts of self-harm or suicide. Do you see that? States, never been tortured. Appears calm and content. No suicidal thoughts. Well, what it is there are, I imagine, the nurse goes through a list of things and asks you yes or no, questions and answers. Halfway down, you see, speaks English well. Have you got that? Born in Afghanistan. Health-related observations about the prisoner's physical appearance. Appears healthy, fit for normal location work and any cell occupancy, in other words, which cell you could go into. Impressions of the prisoner's behavior and mental state. Appears calm and content. Do stop me if you haven't understood anything I'm asking you. Prisoner has not tried to harm themselves. So do you see that was the history that was being taken from you by that healthcare assistant? And it goes on over the page. And if we can expand the top half again, please. Talks about prisoner assessment for in-possession medication completed, self-medication assessment, low risk. So it goes through, as I say, a list of issues which clearly you were asked about. So what I want to ask you is this, perhaps, just going through that list and hopefully in not any more detail. When you arrived, you seemed to be okay, and when you arrived, you didn't appear to say that you had any mental health issues. Is that correct? Do you agree with that?
Yep.
Yeah. So that we understand your position, did your PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder, did you have that before you arrived at Brook House, or are you saying it only arose once you were in Brook House?
I have before, but
before. Why did you not tell the healthcare assistant about your PTSD when you arrived at Brook House? Can you remember now why you didn't say anything about it, as far as the record shows?
I was very emotional and very down. I didn't say to them.
Yeah. And if we go back to the first page as well, just right at this, the second entry, history, new admission from Luna House, maintained good eye contact, speaks English well, not on any current medication, no past or present thoughts of self-harm or suicide, states never been tortured. Now, so that we understand, had you been tortured in Afghanistan or not?
I haven't been tortured.
You haven't. So that was a true thing that you said. In other words, when you said never had been tortured, that was true because you hadn't been. You sure?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. If we look, please, at another document, if we can. It's DL000075. If we can put that up on screen, please, at page 18, chair tab 4.
Thank you.
This is a psychiatric report that was prepared on your behalf on the 10th of November 2017. And the 10th of November 2017 is just a few days before you were released on bail from Brook House. Yeah?
Yeah.
And if we look at page 18, sorry, let me just find the right part for a moment to help you. If we go, is that page 18? I think I probably meant page 14. Let me have a look. I've got it paginated slightly differently. Can you go back to page 40? Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Can we look at the top question? We're going to have to expand it because it's illegible. And have you seen this psychiatric report before?
Yes, sir.
I assume you have. This is a psychiatrist, Dr. Bose, who was being asked questions on behalf, by your solicitors on behalf of you. And one of the questions at paragraph 36 is, what recommendations would you make for any treatment, counselling or medication in the light of any conditions he suffers from? And you can see that the psychiatrist there is talking about your PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and the therapies which are available. If we can go down, please, to question 37 in the bottom half of the page. If you believe the client, you're the client, suffers from a mental health condition, what would you believe to be the main causation factors? In other words, what caused it? For example, please indicate what impact the events in Afghanistan have had on his mental health. And the psychiatrist has there written, from the account D1618 gave me, he said he was very happy in Afghanistan and was living very comfortably in Afghanistan until the kidnapping attempt occurred a week before he left the country to make his way over across to Europe. So were you subject to a kidnapping attempt in Afghanistan before you left the country? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
The kidnapping was a complete turning point. After this had occurred, he became absolutely certain in his mind that he was going to die if he stayed in Afghanistan. He said that everybody else around him who cared about his welfare were in agreement with him. His mother didn't allow him to go out of the house after the event because she was so worried about his safety. And the psychiatrist is repeating the history that you gave. On the next page, the psychiatrist records information about your journey to this country, and then the refusal of your asylum claim and being appeal rights accused, which is the way it's expressed. And then at paragraph 38 at the bottom, please describe the impact of the first incident of attempted removal had on our client's psychiatric condition. Please comment both on the effect the incident itself had on our client, the verbal and physical abuse during removal, and this comes to another aspect that I'll ask you about in a minute. First of all, before I go on, just give me a second. I can't find it. Where is it? I haven't got my pagination, that's why. Okay. Right, just give me a moment. I'm trying to find another reference.
Chair, I wonder if it would be possible for you to rise just for 5 minutes while I have a conversation with your counsel.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can we put up page 18 of that document? Can we put up page 18 of that document? Just the first two lines really at the top. So you'd had this issue, this kidnapping issue in Afghanistan, you've come to this country, and what the psychiatrist says is that when you first arrived at the Immigration Removal Centre 6 months before, you had intrusive thoughts about the kidnapping occasionally, once or twice a week. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. Let's move on. Let me ask you about the environment at Brook House, and Chair, the witness deals with this on pages 2 to 5 of his witness statement, paragraphs 8 through to 24. What did you think of Brook House when you arrived? Was it clean or was it dirty?
It was okay, but the corridor was clean, but inside the room was dirty.
Yeah. And did you share a room with somebody else?
I was shared with two boys,
Two.
Afghan boys.
But Afghanistani?
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you find it a safe place or an unsafe place to live?
Unsafe, because I haven't been in this situation before.
Yeah. And how was it unsafe? We understand when you say you'd not been in that situation, but what was it that made it unsafe?
Because inside there was two men, and you're not allowed to free yourself to go toilet and stuff and smell in the room as well.
Did you just say smell?
Room was smell, yeah.
So I'm asking you not about the conditions, because what you're saying is you shared a room with two other men, you had no privacy, and there were smells. We understand that, but I'm asking you something different. Do you understand what I mean when I ask you if you felt safe? Do you understand what I mean by safe? And let me put it another way. Did you see violence? Do you understand the word violence?
Yeah, there was violence, yeah.
Right. Did that make you feel happy or unhappy?
Unhappy.
Because?
Because... I'm sorry.
All right. You'd not been in that kind of situation before, yeah. And you were locked up, and you were sharing a room with two other men. Did you see fighting take place?
Yeah, I saw in my eyes.
Was there drugs?
Was there drugs as well?
Yeah, all right. Now, you say that you spent 2 nights when you first arrived on the induction wing, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
B-wing?
I arrived first, I think it was E-wing.
You think E-wing you
Yeah.
went on? When you were detained, which wing were you on for most of the time?
Most of the time I was in D-wing.
D.
Yes, sir.
And you were on E-wing for a short amount of time. We'll come to why you were on E-wing for a short amount of time. This is an alarm.
Attention, please. Attention, please. The fire alarm is about to be tested. Please take no action. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Due to circumstances beyond our control, it has become necessary to evacuate the building.
That would be a blessing.
Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Due to circumstances beyond our control, it has become necessary to evacuate the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Due to circumstances beyond our control, it has become necessary to evacuate the building. Please leave the building immediately by the nearest exit.
Am I safe to assume it's over? No. Yeah. Thank you. Right. Moving on. You told us that the room you didn't like sharing with two men. Is that what we understand?
Yes, sir.
And you say in your statement, you told us about the smells. Were there cleaning products available? Could you clean the room? Was it easy to find cleaning items?
No.
No. And you say that the toilet was cracked and leaking. Is that right? And you had to use a blanket to stop the leak?
Yes,
is what
sir.
you remembered. You remembered at your paragraph 16, don't look at the statement, I think, unless you need to. I think it's easier just to listen to me, and if you need to look at the statement, you can, but it'd probably be easier if you don't. You say that you had one blanket each. Is that right? So, as you remember it, there was not much bedding. Do you understand what I mean for the
Yes,
bed?
sir.
Were you locked in at night
Yes, sir.
between 9 o'clock and in the evening and 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And you were locked in during the day. Do you remember? Was that for meal times?
For the meal time.
Yeah. When you were locked in at night, did you find that difficult?
Yes, sir.
Because why was it difficult when you were locked in at night?
Because my friend was going to the toilet and they can't.
Yeah. We'll come to an injury that you had in a short while as a result of an attempted removal. But did you suffer from pain at night when you were locked in?
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you about something else. I asked you a little earlier whether the place was unsafe. Let me ask you that a different way. And Chair, I'm looking at paragraph 25 and onwards. Were there many people at Brook House who had been to prison for criminal matters?
Yes, sir.
And did some of them act as if they were in gangs?
Yes, sir.
And did that frighten you?
Yes, sir.
And were there fights
Yes, sir.
and arguments between people?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see a fight?
Yes, sir.
And the officers, did they do anything about that fight?
No, sir.
How were the members of staff towards you, Chair, paragraph 33? How were the members of staff towards you? Were they nice to you?
Some of them.
Yeah?
Most of them wasn't.
And the ones who weren't, how did they behave towards you? What did they do or say? What were the things you didn't like?
They will keep ignoring you. Ignoring you.
Ignoring you. And when you say they kept ignoring you, was that if you asked them to do something, they ignored you, or they just didn't help you?
They just didn't help me.
Now, did you complain to anyone about them
Yes, sir.
when you were in Brook House?
Yes, sir.
Who did you complain to?
You can't complain straight away. You have to write it down
Right?
and put it in the complaint box.
Did you do that?
I did many times.
And did you hear anything back from those
I haven't.
complaints? When you say many times, you were there for about 6 months. Give us an idea what you mean by many times. Once a week, once a month? Well, I'm not putting numbers in your head, but I want you to give us an idea, just an idea, of how many times you think you complained during the 6 months you were there.
I did more than 20 times.
Okay. And are you telling us You never heard back from any of those complaints?
I never heard.
And what were the kind of complaints? Just give us an idea of what you were complaining about.
He's complaining about the cleaning products. He's complaining about the security guards. He's complaining about some playing stuff things.
About some...
playing stuff like you need something for playing on the football things, you know.
Right, so about the sport
activity
facilities
things.
and
Yes,
activities. So cleaning products, activities, security guards. What about the security guards? What were you complaining about them? What were you saying?
Because I was saying to them, they were not helping me, and if I need anything, they were ignoring me.
Yeah. Any other kind of complaints you can remember now?
And I did about the fighting, which is what I saw in my eyes. One of my friends fight, and the security guard wasn't helping, just standing there.
Yeah. All right. Was that the only time you saw that, a fight, and the security guard did nothing, or did you see that more than once?
More than once.
Did you think the security guards gave you respect? Do you understand the word respect?
Yes, sir.
Did they give you respect?
No, sir.
Did they use unkind words to you?
Yes, sir.
What kind of words?
Abusing word.
English words?
Yes, sir.
Swear words?
Swear words.
Such as?
I can't say so.
You can't, or you don't want to?
I don't want to.
All right, but bad words?
Bad words, sir.
Now I'm going to ask you about the 29th of July of 2017. All right, I'll remind you what happened on the 29th of July. It's paragraph 39, Chair, of the witness statement. Do you remember on the 29th of July, you were going to be taken back to Afghanistan? Do you remember now?
Yes, sir.
During the daytime, and in your statement you believed that the staff had put you on E-wing before going back to Afghanistan. And you say in the statement that the guards who took you to the airport treated you like an animal. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
That they put you in restraints. Do you understand the word restraints? And how were you restrained? What did you have on you to take you to the airport? Do you remember?
I have like belt in my wrist.
So a waist belt restraint.
Yeah, in my hand as well.
And what, handcuffs?
It wasn't a handcuff. It was, I think,
connected with the waist. I see.
Yes, sir.
Right. So your wrists were connected to the waist belt restraint.
Yes, sir.
Did you think that you deserved to be treated like that?
No, sir.
Had you been resisting going back to Afghanistan at that point? Had you been difficult in Brook House?
Yes, sir.
I want you to understand what I'm saying. Had you put up a fight when you were at Brook House to stop going?
No, sir.
When you were on the plane, what happened, as you remember it? When you were on the plane, what happened? You know that there are two sides to this story. The escort guards say that you were screaming and protesting and became physical on the plane so that they had to take you back to Brook House. What do you say happened?
They pulled me up and they're just twisting the handcuff, and that was because of that I was screaming.
Right, but stop there. I thought you said you didn't have handcuffs, but you had something connected to the waist belt restraint.
When I get to the plane, they put a handcuff as well on the top of that.
Right. And hands in front or hands behind?
It was in front.
In front. So what, metal handcuffs or plastic ones?
They put metal one as well.
Metal ones. And you were on the plane,
yes,
in
sir.
your seat, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a guard either side of you or one guard? What was it?
I was in the middle, yeah.
So
and
three
right
seats.
hand and left hand was...
Left hand, right hand, guards
Security
either
guards.
side. Okay. Did you want to go back to Afghanistan?
No, sir.
Were you protesting in any way?
No, sir.
What were you doing? Do you understand the
I
word
was just crying.
crying?
Yes, sir.
What, tears crying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Were you making noise, screaming,
Uh,
shouting?
I was just crying. Then they say you have to stop, otherwise, we keep twisting your hand.
And
And
when you
that's why I
say,
scream.
well, you had handcuffs on both wrists.
Yes, sir.
How did you get the injury on your right wrist?
On the right hand was keep the security guard twisting my hand.
When you say twisting, what, causing you pain?
Yes, sir.
And why was he doing that? Do you know?
He's tried to telling me to shush.
To be quiet.
Yes, sir.
And were there other people on the plane at the
Yes,
time?
sir.
Passengers?
Passenger.
Was it Turkish Airlines plane?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And did blood come from your wrist?
Yes, sir.
And because of what happened between you, were you taken off the plane? Were you
No.
removed from the plane?
I think the pilot come. Then they say I can't take this guy.
Right.
I don't know. He's a criminal or a detainees.
That's what the pilot said.
Yes, sir.
And because of it, did the Taskor men take you off the plane?
The pilot said to take him off.
And so you were taken off the plane and taken back to Brook House?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, we know that you were taken to hospital in Crawley for an X-ray, yeah?
Yes, sir.
And I think one of the security guards, who you recognised as Derek Murphy, took you to the hospital for the X-ray. Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Was that on the same day that you got back from Brook House, or on another day?
Next day.
The next day. So that would be the 30th of July.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you ever see the results of the X-ray?
No, sir.
Did anybody take photographs of your injuries?
Yes, sir.
Who?
In hospital.
Yeah, that X-ray, but it's my question. At Brook House, did any of the guards take photographs of your injuries?
No, one of my friend,
One of your fellow detained men did, but not the guards.
not the guards.
And we can see if we put up on screen, please, we can see a document that shows the fact that you were taken to hospital. Can we put up again, please, HOM 0332009 at page 11? Chair, it's flag 13, but you'll see it on screen. It's a risk assessment form. Page 11. And can we expand this, please? It may be hard. Can you do a bit better than that as well, please? Thanks. You can see it has your number at the top. Nationality, Afghanistan, and you see right wrist injury, not to be handcuffed on that wrist. Crawley Hospital, walk-in X-ray. There's no date on it, but you say it was the 30th of July, the next day. What this document is, it's a Brook House document to say that the man who took you to hospital shouldn't handcuff you because you had an injury on your wrist. Now, I want to show you another document, Chair, at tab 5. It's HOM 0322101, please. And we're going to please expand it again. Now, the 29th of July removal didn't happen, and you say why it didn't happen, and you were taken back to Brook House, where I think the documentation shows you might have been put on E-wing when you came back. We don't have to look at the documentation, I think. But do you remember now possibly going on to E-wing when you came back from Gatwick? Well, you don't remember.
Oh, I remember they put me back to the same D wing.
D?
Yes, sir.
So you don't think you went back on E-wing afterwards?
No, sir.
All right, well, if needs be, we can look at a document that perhaps suggests you did, but it may not matter over much. But this is another risk assessment. This is an airline risk assessment. But this was to remove you. You can see the date on the right, the 27th of August, so almost a month afterwards, after the first attempt to remove you from the country. And this was to be a flight from to Istanbul and then connecting on to Kabul. And if we can go to the bottom half, please, section B, the key risk indicators. I just want you to look at number 2, because this is an assessment for the airline about the risk to them of removing you on an aeroplane. And you see, number 2, is the subject known to have exhibited disruptive or violent behaviour? Do you understand those words? What it's actually saying is, it's a question for them to understand what risk you present to them is whether you're violent or whether you made difficulty when you were removed on the last occasion. And you see the box on the right says no. Now, do you think you were violent on the occasion you were removed on the 29th of July? Do you understand the question?
Yes, sir.
Had you been violent?
No, sir.
The risk indicator, it says no in relation to the 27th of August. But then at number 3, has the subject previously means before, engaged in disruptive or violent behaviour on board an aircraft that has led to their removal being cancelled? And the answer given is yes. So what number 3 says, perhaps a little inconsistently with number 2, is that you had on a previous occasion been disruptive or violent when you were on board an aircraft. So do you understand what this document is saying about you? That your removal on the 29th of July had to be cancelled because you were being physically violent and disruptive. In other words, you tried to stop yourself going. Now, do you accept that?
No, sir.
The allegation, that's perhaps a difficult English word, but the allegation that is made against you, so that you understand, because I want you to have an opportunity to answer it, of what happened on the 29th of July, we can see in another document, and I want you to follow this with me. It's another document, please. HOM 0322 267 at page 4. Page 4, please. And if we can expand the top 2 boxes, please. This relates to, this is a document at the top. It calls itself Detainee Detention History. It's a Home Office document. And it sets out what it is said you did on the 29th of July in order that led to the cancellation of your removal. Do you see? It says the plane was delayed and landed at 16:40. Escorts boarded flight with subject, you're the subject, in WRB, waist restraint belt is what that stands for, and cuffs, as in handcuffs at 17:20. For the next hour, whilst the plane was getting ready to push back, and push back means when a plane is pushed back from the terminal building, the subject, that's you, started screaming, became verbally abusive and physically violent whilst still in restraints. Now, do you understand those words?
Yes, sir.
Sufficient force was used whilst trying to restrain and calm, even though subject attended to headbutt the escorts. Do you know what a headbutt is?
No, sir.
Using your head to hit someone with your head, with your forehead. That's what a headbutt is, striking somebody with the head. The station manager eventually decided to refuse the escorts to fly with the subject. So what's being said here is the station manager didn't allow the escorts to fly with you because you were violent, is what's being said. Now, have you understood what I've just read to you?
Yes, sir.
Have you understood what the allegation is about you and your behaviour on the flight on the 29th of July? Have you understood that?
Yes, sir.
And is it true or false?
It's false, sir.
The one thing that's not here is the fact that you had an injury to your wrist. Do you see there's no mention of a wrist injury? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Was it obvious to the escorts that you had suffered an injury as a result of what happened on the plane? Do you understand what I'm asking you? Could they see that you had an injury when you were on the plane with them?
Yes, sir.
Let's just see what happened when you were taken back. I said perhaps we didn't have to put up a document, but let's see if this helps. CJS 001309, please, at page 5. CJS 001309 at page 5. Chair, tab 1. Right at the bottom of page 5, please. Now, the first incident took place on the 29th of July when you were taken off the plane. You say you were taken back to Brook House. The next day, the 30th, as you recall it, that's when you went to hospital for an X-ray. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Do you see the date on this document, 30th of July? And at the top it says Eden Wing detainees. And we see your number, D1618. It rather suggests that on the 30th, having been escorted back from your removal directions, it rather suggests that on the 30th of July you were moved to room 2 at E-Wing. Do you see why I say that?
Yes,
and
sir.
Do you remember that now, or do you still not remember?
I just remember I been in D-Wings on that night.
As I said before, it may not matter over much, but this document tells us, if it's accurate, this document tells us you were taken to E-Wing on your return to Brook House from the airport. Now, let's think about how healthcare dealt with you, please, because you had an injury, and Chair, this is dealt with at various places in the witness's statement, but let me take it as shortly as I can. Paragraph 23. One of the things you told us before, you suffered an injury to your arm, and do you remember saying in your witness statement that after the attempted removal you would be in pain at night but you only had paracetamol to deal with the pain, which
Yes, sir.
you said wasn't enough.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We know the history. X-ray, didn't get the results, no photographs taken, but a fellow detained man took photographs of your injuries. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you have those photographs, I think, don't you? Do you still have those photographs?
At the moment, no, sir.
You don't know, or you don't?
I don't have at the moment.
You don't have them. All right. Did it affect your sleep, the injury?
Yes, sir.
And how did it make you feel mentally?
Worse.
Can we have a look at your medical records? Let's go back to them. Tab 13, Chair. And let's go to the second page, please, of HOM 033209, page 2. And if we go to the right to the bottom third, please, we're looking at the date, the 29th of July. Now, do you see you were seen at 10:15 at night? Forgive me. 10:15 at night on the 29th by a nurse called Carol Reed. Can you see that box? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
And the history is seen by nurse, diagnosis. Do you understand the word diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
Returned from a failed flight under restraint, both wrists red and swollen, right wrist, 2 marks and slight bleeding, right wrist is more swollen. Officer said that he didn't fall on hand, but some force was necessary. Movement to right wrist, can twist, rotate, move all fingers, is what she's saying. Slightly cold to touch, but good circulation. Do you understand those words?
Yes, sir.
Circulation means your blood. And you were given ibuprofen.
Yes, sir.
No ice packs available. GP, general practitioner, to review tomorrow. Do you agree with all of that?
Yes, sir.
And then seen by the same nurse within about a half an hour, apparently. Diagnosis reviewed after 30 minutes. He said he felt a lot better. Wrist didn't look as swollen. GP to review tomorrow. Did you feel a lot better after half an hour?
No, sir.
Can you understand why the nurse wrote what she did?
But then
Did you go back to see her?
I see her, but it's wrong.
What she says is wrong. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
That you didn't feel a lot better?
I didn't.
On the next page, page 3, you do get to see the doctor on the 30th of July at 13 minutes past 2. Do you see you saw Dr. Hussein Uzerali? Do you remember seeing him?
No, sir.
But you probably did. Do you accept? There's a record here that says you went to see the doctor on the next day, the 30th.
But I haven't seen him.
You haven't?
No, sir.
Well, let's see what he wrote up about you. Restrained yesterday. That's right. Pain in the right forearm wrist. Did you have a pain in the right forearm wrist?
Yes, sir.
Well perfused, which is fancy medical talk for meaning the blood is circulating. All right? Which is similar to what the nurse had said the day before. no neurovascular compromise. In other words, you didn't have any injury to your vessels, your nerves or anything. And then he goes through your movements, which are medical terms here, and I'm not going to go through them. But there seems to be some restriction to one aspect of the movement of your wrist, but there was a finding of normality to other aspects of movement. There was no deformity, but you were unable to flex your wrist. In other words, I suspect it means like that. And the plan was to go to X-ray, and you did go to X-ray.
Yes, sir.
So looking at this, do you think it's likely you did see him, but you've just forgotten?
No, I haven't seen him.
You haven't seen him. And then on the same day, at the 30th, in the entry below, about 20 minutes later, you go and see Lynn O'Doherty, another nurse. Do you see that? Can we just expand this half, because I need to go to the next 2 or 3 entries. Well, I may be wrong about that, whether you went to actually see this nurse, but she seems to write up in the history. We don't perhaps need to worry about the first part of it, but the plan: ice packs not available, right arm placed in collar and cuff, advised paracetamol from wing office, and given ibuprofen. So perhaps you went to see a nurse as well. Do you remember?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
possible? Where you got paracetamol. And then on the 31st, so that's the next day, you see a Mrs. Janina Wingers with your wrist pain problem, and you get more ibuprofen, and we can see on the 1st of August you're given more ibuprofen for the pain in the wrist and advised to take 2 tablets after meals. And if we look at the 2nd of August, can you see you were seen by a nurse in the clinic, and you said you weren't sleeping? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you were given advice about what would help you sleep. And then just where the hole punch is, so we can't exactly see the date, but another date between the 2nd and the 7th of August, you were given more ibuprofen for your wrist pain.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we go, please, to the bottom of page 3 now, just to look at what else happened on the 11th of August. You go to the surgery and you see another staff nurse by the name of Batchelor. Over the page, please. At the top, you provide the same history, that you were wounded to the right wrist and you had pain. It was noted to be healing well, no signs of infection, bruising still apparent, and the plan was to continue to monitor you and to take medication. On the next day, the 12th of August, paracetamol prescribed. On the 14th of August, paracetamol prescribed. And I can probably summarize the rest of the entries on that page this way: on the 15th or the 16th, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, 23rd, and 24th of August, you were prescribed paracetamol. And onto the next page, please, just to finish off this list. On the 25th and again on the 27th, paracetamol. Although on the 25th it looks like you had a headache, and maybe that's why you were prescribed paracetamol. Do you remember going to healthcare on all of those occasions, or at least remember some of those occasions?
I remember some of them.
Yeah. Do you think you were feeling better by this time as the days went past in August from July, the July events? And we've got about 3 or 4 weeks of August entries here. Did your
No, sir.
did the injury improve?
No, sir.
You don't think it did?
No, sir.
Not even with paracetamol?
No, sir.
Now let me ask you about something else, please. When you arrived at Brook House, do you remember we saw right at the beginning of these medical notes that you said nothing about any torture? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
But whether or not you had said anything about torture, and you say that, as I understand you, that you didn't suffer torture in Afghanistan, but nonetheless, was any assessment made of you when you arrived at Brook House under Rule 35? For example, whether detention at Brook House would be injurious, would harm you? Did you go through that process? Do you remember?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember. You know what I'm talking about, Rule 35,
Yes, sir.
don't you? Yeah. And I think you've indicated already that you struggled with your mental health. Did you speak to anybody about your mental health?
Yes, sir.
Who did you speak to?
I spoke with security guard.
And what happened?
They say I'm gonna check up. I will let you know, but they didn't.
No. Were you ever put on, have you heard of ACDT?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever put on ACDT?
No, sir.
Any observations of you?
No, sir.
Was any form opened on you, do you know, to monitor you?
No, sir.
When you saw the security guard, what did you say to him or her? What did you say?
I just say he said to me, you have to go to the clinic and tell them they will help you. I went there, they said, we are busy, we will let you know. But no one.
Did you get anything from them?
No, sir.
Right. Did you ever self-harm?
No, sir.
Did you ever think about ending your life?
Yes, sir.
Was it a serious intention, or was it just something that passed through your head from time to time?
Just serious, sir.
Yeah. But you never made an attempt?
No, sir.
No. The guard who you spoke to about your mental health, do you know who that was?
No, sir.
Was it male or female?
Male, sir.
Was it a manager or an officer?
Just an officer. Officer.
An officer. What did you think of the healthcare facilities at Brook House generally? Were they good or bad? Did they try their best? What did you think?
They're bad, sir.
They're bad. Why are
Yes,
they
sir.
bad?
But they can't help anyone because there was more I'm sorry.
Take your time, it's fine.
Do you want a break, or are you all right?
I'm all right.
You're okay? I was asking you why you felt they were bad, and you were about to tell us. Well, what was bad about them? Was it the people, or was it they didn't have enough people to help, and there were too many detained men? What was it?
There was not enough people to
Yeah.
help.
But the people you saw, do you think when you saw them they were trying their best, or did you feel that they were a bit rushed? They rushed you?
They were rushed.
They didn't have time for you?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that what you were feeling?
Yes, sir.
Now, Chair, I'm going to take this quite shortly because otherwise it's a bit document heavy, and I'm going to perhaps put on the record what the documents are, but I think I can ask the witness this in short measure rather than, as it were, going round the houses. But he deals with this at paragraph 78 and onwards.
Thank you.
Did you engaged solicitors at some point?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And did you make complaint in the courts about how you were treated on the 29th of July?
Yes, sir.
And, Chair, there are in the documentation a series of letters from Duncan Lewis, this gentleman's solicitors. They relate to, and I'm simply going to list what they are rather than take the witness to the documentation.
Understood.
I think we won't profit over much by doing so.
Okay.
But the first of the documents is HOM, we don't need to put these up, HOM 0322322 at pages 1 to 2. And what they show is Duncan Lewis on the 27th of August requested to cancel the removal directions. That was going to be the second attempt to remove the witness. And then, if I've understood the chronology correctly, another document, HOM 0322339 at pages 1 to 3. These are all in your bundles, Chair.
Thank you.
This was another letter from Duncan Lewis, a letter before action dated the 6th of September of 2017, so while the witness was still at Brook House, to the Secretary of State for the Home Department concerning the attempted removal on the 29th of July and in order to cancel the removal directions. The third in the chronology is a letter before action directed at the Home Office, this one dated the 30th of October 2017, so about 2 weeks before he was eventually released on bail, this being HOM 0322313 between pages 2 and 5, making submissions to the Home Office that there had been breaches in this witness's case of Articles 3, 5 and 8 of the European Convention, as well as breaches of the detention centre rules. And then finally, a letter before claim originating from Duncan Lewis, this being DL 0000084 at page 1 and onwards, a claim to Tascor, this dated the 29th of June 2018 in relation to what happened on the 29th of July. I'm going to ask you this, and you may have, I hope you understood what I was just saying to the Chair. It just makes it easier so I don't take you through all of these documents, but they are available, and I'm going to ask for them to be published in full, all of the ones I just listed. Do you remember complaining and being interviewed by a woman, Maria Brown? Do you remember an interview with you on the 26th of August regarding your complaint about the attempted removal on the 29th of July?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And do you remember that the Home Office Professional Standards Unit did not uphold your allegations? Do you remember that? Do you understand what I mean?
No, sir.
No. All right. Well, let's see if perhaps we can put up on screen this document, DL 000084. It's at tab 6, Chair. Let me just get the right pagination if I can. I hope it's at page 27. Can we go back one page, please? Page 26. This is the letter you got. It's dated the 9th of October as a result of your complaints to the Professional Standards Unit of the Home Office. I'm writing in response to your complaint of the 30th of July. So this was one complaint that clearly was taken seriously regarding your treatment by Tascor Overseas Escorts during your attempted removal on the 29th of July at Gatwick. And then there are a series of paragraphs I don't need to read. But can we go to the next page, please, and look at what the allegation was that you made? Allegation 1. that you were treated like an animal and embarrassed by the TASCOR officer's method of removing you. And under the heading review, in your complaint and at interview, so that's when they spoke to you, you stated that you felt that you were being treated like an animal or criminal because of the way that people were looking at you. And then the paragraphs continue. Next paragraph down, you were accompanied by 3 detention custody officers from TASCOR, the Home Office contractor used to escort detainees out of the country. You were placed in a waist restraint belt and were escorted to Gatwick to board your first flight to Istanbul. In any escorted overseas removal, there will be a minimum of 3 escorts. This is the minimum number of people required to form a removal team. Escorts don't wear a uniform and instead wear business attire so as not to draw attention to themselves or the person they are accompanying. And you will have seen this letter, I'm sure,
Yes, sir.
but stop me if you haven't understood anything. She says, I have reviewed the person escort record for your removal. This shows that from Brook House onwards, the escorts regularly offered you refreshments and toilet breaks. The escorts provided their accounts, recalling how they offered you the use of their telephone and tried to talk to you throughout their journey. They recalled that your responses and body language added to their concern that you intended to disrupt your flight. No force had been used on you until you were on the aircraft, and the person escort record shows that there were no issues with the removal until you were on board. She says, I've also reviewed the vehicle CCTV, which shows the escorts offering you refreshment, telephone, providing an information leaflet, and other such facilities. Can we turn the page, please? You were wearing, so top half, please, a waist restraint belt, which is a Home Office approved restraint made of fabric, and the wrist cuffs consist of Velcro straps. Next paragraph, I'm just summarising some of it for you. Placing a detainee in a waist restraint belt is not a matter of procedure. It's based on the actions of the detainee and the escort's decision on the risks present at the time and in the immediate future. I'm going to stop there for a moment. Did you think, from anything you had done on the attempted removal on the 29th of July, that you deserved to be put in a wrist restraint belt? Had you done anything before to say to the escorts that a waist restraint belt should be used in your case?
No, sir.
The senior detainee custody officer recalled, and so she obviously interviewed you and she interviewed others, that at Brook House you stated that you were happy to go ahead with the removal, but that your body language was a cause for concern, indicating you weren't being truthful. So what she's recording there is that despite the fact you were saying you were willing to go, the senior detainee custody officer, apparently a reader of your body language, was able to come to a different conclusion. Was a cause for concern. You weren't being truthful. He recalled, or she recalled, that you were just smiling, not looking at the escorts, and didn't have answers to their questions about your return and well-being in Afghanistan. It was your lack of concern about your own well-being and lack of plans in Afghanistan that alerted the escorts to the possibility that you intended to disrupt your removal. Your negative body language was recalled by the rest of the escorting team. And then to the paragraph beginning, in light of your behaviour at Brook House, I'm satisfied the escorting team made the correct decision to place you in the waist restraint belt. And therefore she concludes at the bottom of this page, you've complained that you were treated like an animal or a criminal during your transfer to the aircraft. Having reviewed all the available evidence, I'm satisfied the escorts have treated you with dignity and showed you the appropriate duty of care. On the right-hand side, on the next page, allegation 2, the test score officers used inappropriate or excessive use of force. I'm not going to go through all of this. She had clearly spoken to you. She'd spoken to the escorts. And all of this is available and will be available publicly. But on the conclusion page, please, on page 8. No, it must be the page before. Sorry, I've got different pagination. If you can go back, please. It may be page 7. Yeah. No, you're in the wrong document. DL 000084. I think it's page 7 or 8. Let me go back to page 7, I think. No, it's my fault. It's probably 33. I'm looking at different pagination. That's it. At the top, in light of the available evidence, I'm satisfied on the balance of probability that the escorts did not assault you. So you see she's weighed in the balance what you say on the one hand and what the escorts have said on the other. And she says that there was no assault on you. So you've read this letter before, haven't you? And you understand what it says. That the Professional Standards Unit investigator disagreed with both of your complaints. Yeah. All I want to ask you is, now that you know, and you've known this for some time, this decision document being dated the 9th of October 27, do you agree with it? Do you agree with what she said?
No, sir.
No. All right. Chair, I see the time. I'm going to ask perhaps if now is a good time to have a break. If we have our shorter break now, and once I've finished the witness, I'll ask for the longer break so we can move on to the next witness, please.
Agreed. So we will return at 11:10. Thank you very much. Thank you. you very much.
Can we put up on screen, please, DL000075 at page 15? It was something I'd started looking at a little earlier before I was stopped. But I can look at it now. It's the bottom half of the page after the question at paragraph 38. Now, this is something your own psychiatrist reported about you. Do you remember we looked at the psychiatric report of November 2017, just before you were released on bail? And I just want to read what he reported that you must have told him. As D1618 was boarding the plane, after being told of his forced removal from the UK during the first incident of attempted removal, so that's about the 29th of July, he said he didn't want to get on board because he said his life was in danger if he went to Afghanistan. Is that right?
That's right.
The security guards who were with him then placed handcuffs on each wrist. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At this point, you started shouting. That's what you told the psychiatrist. Do you agree you told the psychiatrist that?
Yes, sir.
He told them, that's you, that he was trying to get across to them that his life was in danger if he went back to Afghanistan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They said they used the hand restraints to force him onto the plane. Is that what you told the psychiatrist?
Yes, sir.
He continued shouting, saying he didn't want to go back to Afghanistan, and he started screaming at this point. Do you agree you said that?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree it was truthful?
Yes, sir.
The guard said that the more he screamed, the tighter they would put the hand restraints. Do you remember that? The more you screamed, the tighter they would make the hand restraints. Do you remember that you said this to the psychiatrist?
Yes, yes, sir.
And if you said it, was it true?
It's true, sir.
As they tightened the hand restraints, he was screaming in pain. At the top, please. And also started crying uncontrollably. Do you remember
Yes, sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
And was it true?
Yes, sir.
Some of the screaming and crying may have been due to the pain that he was experiencing due to the hand restraints. Did you say it?
Yes, sir.
Was it true?
Yes, sir.
He felt that they pressed them in too much and that blood was now beginning to come out of his wrists. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the psychiatrist continues, and I've asked you on those questions on behalf of the Home Office, who've asked us to ask you those questions. I'm now going to ask you about the next passage on behalf of G4S, the company that ran Brook House. The most obvious symptom that D1618 had after the first attempt at removal effort was that he was very avoidant of the planes that surrounded the detention centre. Do you know what that means? You didn't like seeing the planes, or perhaps hearing them around Gatwick, because the centre is right close to the runway. Now, do you remember not liking hearing and seeing planes? That's
Yes,
what the
sir.
psychiatrist is saying. And in fact, your bedroom window faced one of the runways at Gatwick. Do you remember? You could see the planes coming and going. That's
Yes,
what the
sir.
psychiatrist is saying. And you were traumatised, quite traumatised by this, so much so that you asked the staff at Brook House to change your bedroom so that you wouldn't have to keep seeing the planes taking off. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember that they did allow you to change your room so you didn't have to see the planes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were sensitive to your wishes, certainly on this occasion.
I just went many times to the office, then they finally changed
Yeah.
my room.
But you understand when I ask you, they were sensitive about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right, let me move on finally just to ask you about the impact of detention on you at Brook House and, of course, the attempted removal. This is Chair paragraph 81
Thank you.
and onwards of the witness's inquiry statement. In actual fact, forgive me, it's 82. I think it could be 81, depending on the version you have. Do you remember saying in your inquiry statement you found it difficult to cope whilst you were at Brook House? Do you understand that? Difficult to cope, difficult to, when you were living at Brook House, and so you became depressed? Do you remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
And you would have to go and try and find places to be by yourself, to find some space.
Yes,
I
sir.
remember saying that. And you would like to listen to music and close your eyes,
Yes, sir.
imagining yourself elsewhere.
Yes, sir.
And you say that your mental health deteriorated whilst you were at Brook House. Do you understand the word deteriorated? It's in your statement. It means your mental health worsened.
Yes, sir.
And is that what you say, that your mental health worsened while you were at Brook House?
Yes, sir.
When you were released, I think you went to live with your father. I don't want to know where, but you went to live with your father, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had nightmares and you would find yourself shouting at night, and so you had to move elsewhere
Yes, sir.
because your father couldn't live with you.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? And eventually you were granted leave to remain and you moved to a YMCA.
Yes, sir.
You remember telling us that you were diagnosed with PTSD.
Yes, sir.
Do you still take medication?
Yes, sir.
Do you still see a doctor or a psychiatrist from time to time?
Yes, sir.
And do you say that whilst your immigration status has been resolved, your poor mental health has continued?
Yes, sir.
And you believe that your experiences in Brook House were a significant factor in your poor mental health, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, when you say your experiences at Brook House, does that include what happened on the plane at Gatwick on the 29th of July?
Yes, sir.
Has that contributed to your poor mental health?
Yes, sir.
Chair, that's all I propose asking this witness, unless you have any questions.
I just had one question, sir, if I may. You talked about when you filled in complaints forms, when you made complaints and you had to write it down. You couldn't just tell a member of staff about it. They told you to write it down. Did you have to write it in English?
I haven't write it. One of my friends write it English. Yes.
Okay. And would you have been able to write it yourself, or did you have to ask somebody for their help to do it?
Somebody.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming. Chair, the next witness will be D1851, and although we've recently had a short break, what I'm going to ask, in order first, obviously, that I can meet him, secondly, that he can see the hearing room, and third, as it were, just a half an hour's cordon sanitaire, that would be helpful.
That's great. Miss Morris, did you want to say something before we
Yes.
break?
Yes, Chair. Just before this witness is released, there was just one additional area which I've wondered if it could be covered. And I wonder, Chair, if you could just rise for 5 minutes and just while I have...
No, I'd rather you didn't rise for 5 minutes, because otherwise, Chair, you will be in and out of the room. If Miss Morris can tell me what it is, I'll consider it, and if it's a different topic, then it would have to be raised in the usual way.
I shall avert my eyes and allow you to have a small conversation.
Yeah.
Sir, are you okay to just a few moments while they discuss? Thank you. Mr. Altman.
I was aware of what's being suggested. It's already been suggested. It's not a topic that I'm aware of that was ever raised in Rule 10. as far as I recall it, it doesn't even arise in a statement or in the inquiry statement that I've seen. And if it can be pointed out to me that I'm mistaken about that, then I'll stand to be corrected. It's a small issue and it could be asked, but I have to say I'd already made a decision. But it's a different topic, and if it needs to be raised, then you'll have to make a determination about it.
Okay, understood. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Altman. So if I can just thank you very much for coming. I know it's not a very easy experience, but I'm very grateful for your evidence today. Thank you. We will return at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chair, the gentleman in the witness box is D1851.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence today. Perhaps I can just start by saying that for reasons that you'll understand, I'm not going to refer to you by your name. I apologise for the fact that feels very impersonal, but I will just refer to you as Sir. Thank you. Mr. Altman.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sit down, please. As I've said and introduced you, you are known as D1851 for the purposes of this inquiry. A little about your background, please. Can you confirm, and you have your statement in front of you, if you need to use it from time to time, and as you know, I'll direct you to any relevant paragraph numbers, but let's see how we do. Yeah, you're employed, or you have been employed in the social sector, is that right?
Exactly, sir. Yes.
And you say in your statement you're a company director working as a gemstone dealer, and you're currently studying aeronautical engineering at university.
That is right.
Nigerian national.
Yes, sir.
How old are you now?
31 now. I'm 31 now.
31. And you say, in fact, you've always had a legal right to remain in this country under EU law because you are the spouse of an EU citizen.
Yes, I got married to one.
Yeah. Can I ask you to move forward, because I can hardly hear you.
Okay.
And if I can't hear you, nobody else is going to hear you.
All right.
Right, that's a bit better. Now, you say that you were detained unlawfully at Brook House, and the period that you were unlawfully detained was from the 29th of April of 2017 to the 24th of July of that year for around 12 weeks. Is that right?
Yeah, my recollection, that will be right. I said with my recollection, that will be right.
That's better. Perhaps we can bring the microphone a little closer, please, to the witness. Just, we want to hear you, and that's why the microphone, that's probably better. Thank you.
All right.
Tell us just a little for now, by way of introduction, about the nature of your detention at Brook House. Was it something you found an easy experience?
Detention at Brook House, for me personally, and I wasn't for majority of other detainees, was never really a good experience.
Yeah.
So, something you never want to experience in your life.
And how did it affect your mental health?
Actually, finding the right word is a pretty hard one, but I think the easiest one would be crushing.
Crushing?
Yeah, because it made me a different person.
Yeah. Did it make you ill?
Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Take your time, there's no rush.
It did.
Were you diagnosed? Let me see if I can put the words and you can tell me if I'm right. Because
Right.
I'm simply taking this from your statement. That were you diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety and depression as a result of the period that you sustained in detention?
Yes, after I left detention, I think there was a realization that everything was different for me.
Yeah.
Initially, I think the first 2-3 months, I just thought it's something I could brush off. But at some point, I had to face the reality that I was a different person.
Yeah.
And that was when I made the decision to go and see my GP about it. And I was referred to an expert.
Yeah.
And that was where I was initially diagnosed with potential PTSD, depression, and anxiety.
Fine. We'll come back to aspects of that a little later, if we may. I'm going to ask you about various events, but one of the events we'll come back to, which you characterise as a significant event, was when you say you were assaulted and unlawfully pinned down by detention officers on the 5th of June. And that's when you were sharing a room on the wing with D390, somebody we will know as 390, all right? But as I say, I'll come back to that. Your release from detention on the 24th of July followed a successful bail application, is that right?
That is right.
With certain bail conditions. And those conditions were, were they maintained for very long?
The condition was, I believe, initially was for 6 months.
Yeah.
With me having to report, I believe, weekly.
Yeah.
At the Luna House back then.
Yeah. And presumably you found that quite difficult as well, even though you were out of detention by now.
Yeah, the process was actually before I went to detention, I was reporting.
Yeah.
So it was why I was reporting that I was detained.
Yeah.
When I finally got the bail at my second bail hearing, I had to go into reporting again, and this time it was actually weekly. So it's more of a continuous process.
Right. Now, you provide in your witness statements a lot of information about your immigration background. Chair, the statement is DL00000143, and as before, I'm going to ask that that be adduced in totality.
Agreed, thank you.
In evidence. What that means, so that you understand, is even though I may not ask you, and probably almost certainly won't be asking you every question about every fact you mention, your statement is available and will be available publicly.
Okay.
And the chair will have it available to her for her purposes later in the course of this inquiry. I want to ask you really about your detention. And paragraph 12 is the paragraph where it begins. You remember being detained on the 28th of April when you were reporting, which is what you've just told us. I assume you had no idea it was going to happen?
No.
Total shock?
Okay. I think nowadays I tell myself maybe I was just being naive because till that point I've always told myself that there is no way that will happen, because I believe there was an ongoing application with the Home Office then, and I just don't see any reason why they will do that, because they were in communication with my solicitor back then.
Yeah.
So the day I went, to me it was just me coming to London to report and go back home, until I got there and I was ushered into some other section of the building and being searched.
Was this in Croydon?
It was in Croydon, Luna House.
And eventually you were transported. I'm going to, if you forgive me, cut this slightly short, but you were transported to Brook House near Gatwick, is that correct?
Yes, I was. That was after being locked in the room at Luna House for about, if not more than 6 hours. Yeah. That was, I believe I was locked in at about 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and I was only picked up at around 11:30 in the night.
And do you remember arriving at Brook House in the early hours of the following morning?
Yes.
Yeah. Around 2 o'clock. And you felt it, and I'm looking at what you say, your paragraph 16, that it resembled a prison and was very imposing.
Yeah, I don't think there is any other name for what it looks like than prison, because there were barbed wires, high fences, and the normal kind of huge gates you have in prison. I've never been to prison before, but I've seen movies and seen the news, so that was just what it looked like.
When you arrived, did you go through any induction process?
Not that I can remember. When I arrived, I was only locked in another room for nearly 2 hours or an hour or more.
Did you meet a healthcare professional to begin with, at one point?
At one point, after several waiting, and I met a lady that I came to know later to be
a staff nurse by the name of Wingers.
I can't really remember a name, but I think after speaking to my solicitor at some point, they made me know that that will have been her name.
So that we're clear, when you, whoever this person may have been, when you were admitted into detention at Brook House, how long after that did you first see any healthcare staff member? Was it the same time or some other time?
It was the same night, but probably about maybe 2 to 3 hours after I got to.
All right. This was in reception, presumably.
It was in the reception, but more like a room after the reception. So.
Yeah. So did you have to wait in the reception area for some time before being seen?
Yeah, before even being seen at the reception, where I had to wait for about an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Yeah. And you remember this kind of thing happening? Your phone being taken off you and you being supplied with a basic phone by Brook House?
Yeah, my phone had been taken off me while I was in Luna House.
Luna House, all right.
So that was the last time I had access to my phone.
Right, but you were supplied with another one?
Unfortunately, that was probably about a week and a half after I got to detention. I was supplied with one.
Which meant that you were cut off from the outside world for some time?
Yes, which made it real hard, because like I said, I was still naive, because at this point I thought there might have been some error in the process, and I thought if I could have contact with my solicitor, they would be able to rectify, speak with the Home Office. But I couldn't get in contact with anyone, not even with my partner there.
Yeah. So your partner didn't know where you were?
No, she didn't.
Do you remember when you were admitted and spoke to healthcare whether you were asked about any mental health issues that you might have had?
I definitely can't recollect anything of such. No.
Did you have any mental health problems before you were detained?
No, never. I didn't.
In general terms, how did you find the staff at Brook House? Were they all good, or were they all bad, or was there something in between?
Okay. I think maybe a lot of people here will understand that the detention system is a system of, I don't know how to put it, the oppressed and the oppressor. Someone has the power and you're the one that the power is being used on. And being a detainee, you're reminded of that every day, in any form. If it's them not caring, the word they use towards you, yeah, you're reminded and being told you should know your place. So those that try their best, but majority was more, they don't care. They just see you as a waste. The attitude you get is more like something you won't expect a treatment if you're a human being. Sorry.
Can I ask you, were you taken to the induction wing to begin with?
Just
You're
a
right.
minute, sorry.
Would you like to
Have some water.
Would you like to take a break? There's no problem if you want to.
Can I, please?
Of course. Right, I'll rise and we'll return in 5 minutes. Thank you.
All rise.
And which wing did you go on to? Eventually.
I remember it was the induction wing.
The induction, so that was B wing.
I believe that was B wing.
And how long were you on B wing?
I think I was there for about a week.
How did you find B wing? What were the other detained men like on B wing? What were they doing? What kind of lives did they lead while they were on B wing?
I think B wing was more different from the other wings because it's kind of the new people coming in. I think it's a bit much calmer.
Were there other people on B wing who had been there a long time, though? Apart from inductees like you, were there other people on B wing you remember when you were there?
Yeah, I remember very well because the person who was my cellmate then, I think he was a Moroccan or something like that. Some of the conversation I had with him, he said he had been there for about 3 months.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Was he the one who was a smoker? Or was there another one?
Yeah, he was the one that was a smoker and was also, that burns some frankincense in the room.
Yeah. And I think you found being with a smoker difficult?
Yeah, I don't smoke. Yeah. I don't, which I let the nurse know when I first came in that I don't smoke.
And on B wing, was there a smell of drugs around?
On B wing,
or was it on another wing?
On B wing, I can't remember smelling that.
What about you were moved to A wing, weren't you?
Then after about a week, I was later moved to the A wing.
And did you smell drugs on A wing?
Oh, that is a normal. Okay, smelling. It's I think the drug. It's kind of depend on the drug that was rampant there. It was more of a spice.
Yeah.
But once in a while, you have marijuana. You can smell that once in a while.
All right. Well, we know about the spice use that there was at Brook House. Was there any secret about the fact that certain detained men were using spice?
No, that was yeah. You tends to at some point you tends to know the guys and the people, even the room that they tends to concentrate the most.
Yeah.
Where at times you walk by, you can see guys just already high on spice piled on each other in the room like zombies. And
and this was something, if you could see it, presumably the members of the staff members could see it who were on the wings.
Yes, definitely, everyone could see it, and it's shocking, and it's something that affects me generally, and seeing things like that, and
of course.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something about the cell that you were in, as it's sometimes called, or people called it a room. Did you regard it as a room or a cell?
It's a cell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just need to make that point. Throughout this process, I know it's probably called a room, but I think using the word room makes it hard for people who hasn't experienced it to actually have a good understanding of what it's like.
Yeah.
It's a cell. That is just what it is.
You mean like a prison cell?
Like
yeah.
It's basically a prison cell. That's just what it is.
And what about was there privacy in that cell when you shared it with another person?
Wow, I don't know.
We know we've heard about the toilet, and we've heard about the curtain that could be used. But tell us in your own words about the smells and the noises in the room and the lack of privacy.
I don't think the word privacy really exists there. You might have been able to see in some videos what the settings of the cell was. If you're lucky, you have a curtain in your room. And I remember in my cell, for about half of my time there was no curtain.
Do you mean curtain across the toilet?
Across the toilet, there was no curtain.
Yeah.
I think it was at some point the 390 had to find a way to get a curtain into the room and put it there. And even when we're lucky to find one, it wasn't really staying.
Yeah.
So it got to a point that we had to make a decision that when we use the toilet, we don't use it while we're locked in.
Yeah.
And we logged in several times throughout the day and throughout the night. But before we got the curtain, I remember my bed was on this angle, and from my bed I can easily see the toilet directly.
Yeah.
Most of the time I can see my cellmate using the toilet.
Yeah. And presumably, not to perhaps go into too much detail and description, on top of that you have noises and smells.
Yes.
And was the room ventilated?
No, all I know was something like a opening of a fan,
Yeah.
which I think it's only to blow the fan air into the cell. Apart from that, there was nothing.
And what about the toilet itself? Was it clean or dirty? The sink clean or dirty?
No, it's not clean. It's like an old WC toilet with plaques on it, brown and things like that.
Yeah. So it was stained.
Just proper stain.
Did you have to clean your own room?
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Is it something you did?
I'll tried our best to clean to what we can with what is provided.
Yeah, and what was provided, was that enough? Did you have cleaning products?
Yeah, when they are available,
yeah,
you can get them. But when they are not, you just have to do with whatever is available.
Yeah. And let me ask you this, at night when you were locked in, you've just mentioned being locked in, and we understand the lock-in times were between 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. the next morning. What about you? Did you sleep through it? Was it an easy place to sleep, to get a restful night?
One of the things I didn't really do while I was in detention was sleeping.
Yeah. And
while I was in detention, I was experiencing these loads of headaches during that period.
Headaches?
Headaches, which was a repeated occurrence. And yeah, I didn't really sleep much. And even if I'm lucky to sleep, I'm only sleeping at around 4 or 5 in the morning, a few hours. So no, it was not an enjoyable one.
Yeah. And you say in your statement that you felt levels of stress and anxiety that you hadn't felt before.
Yes.
Which is natural.
I did, and probably then I didn't recognize that was what it was.
Yeah.
Because I've never experienced it before. And it's hard when you are in the middle of everyone around you are probably experiencing the same thing. And it's like that's like the baseline of a normal lifestyle in detention.
Yeah.
You are all stressed, depressed, struggling, finding a way to get out of detention, but also being reminded every day that you could be picked up and thrown back to where you came from at any time. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a hard one.
Yeah. Let me come back to something I asked you by way of introduction about a little earlier,
right,
which was about the attitudes of staff, and you deal with this
right
in your statement from paragraph 28 onwards through to 29. But just in summary, please, did you feel respected by staff at all?
No, that wasn't anything of such. But I think it's hard when you have 100 people and you only have one person that seems to be the okay one among them. It's always hard to remember that.
Yeah.
I think don't just class every one of them out, because there is still a certain particular staff that even till today I will still always remember that was different. But overall, 95% of staff, no, they weren't good, and the treatment was bad. They treat you like rubbish.
Yeah.
that's just, and you are reminded of that every day.
You say in your statement of paragraph 28 that they treated you in a demeaning way, frequently using bad and abusive language, and you said you couldn't pinpoint exact instances because they were so commonplace, and that they would say things like, fuck off, I don't have time for you, or stop being an idiot.
Yes.
You remember being called a moron. And are these the sorts of experiences that you suffered throughout the whole time you were there?
Exactly. That was a common thing, a common language. When you go to a staff and ask for a certain help, and they feel like they can't help you or they don't have time for you, and maybe you're being persistent. The next word is fuck off, don't be an idiot, don't disturb me. If I have your time, I'll come to you. If I can't, do whatever you want, or just things like that. And you know you're in detention with the mentality that you have no power. There is nothing you can do. You have a feeling that the people you might actually report them to are probably even worse than they are.
Yeah.
With time, you recognize that realization eats you, and you realize, okay, you got no power here. You just have to live through it and accept that reality.
As to which, let me ask you, did you ever make complaint? We'll come back to, perhaps, if we have time, some general issues about complaints and oversight. But let me ask you, given what you've just said, did you ever make complaint to anyone about your treatment?
Written complaint, probably no. But verbal complaints, yes.
So you mean not in writing?
Not in writing.
But when you say verbal to whom?
To maybe going to the office of the staff, asking them, because I still remember, the one I can remember very well, there was a situation whereby I needed the toilet paper.
Yeah.
I went down to the office.
Do you mean the wing office?
The wing office, the wing office. And asked them if I can get some toilet paper. And they told me there was none. And I had to let them know I had to use the toilet right there and I needed one. I was told, well, there's nothing I can do. Fuck off. I can't remember the senior staff who probably their manager, but was senior. And I had to walk up to him and tell him I needed the toilet paper, and can you please speak to some of them to go and help me get it. He said, well, if they are busy, go around and go and look in another cell and ask for toilet from other detainee, toilet paper from other detainee. That, and there are also situations whereby you complain to them about wanting to see an immigration officer, and they will tell you there's nothing they can do. They are not home office. They are just here to work in the detention center, so there's nothing they can do. So with time, when you keep doing that over and over and over again, and no one is listening, you just know, well, if you're actually saying it's right to their faces and they are not listening, it's just a waste of time writing a paper.
Were you ever aware of Home Office staff being on the premises at the centre? Home Office staff?
Oh, yeah, they're there because they tends to call you when they've got bad news for you.
And did you speak to any during your time there?
Well, speaking to them would be at their own time. If they want to speak to you, and it's not actually speaking, it's more of handing you documents, reminding you, more like telling you, don't forget, we will be picking you up one day. It's more of a reminder of who you are and what your situation is.
And as far as your situation goes, and I'm looking at your paragraph 32, on the 23rd of May of 2017, were you made aware by one of the G4S officers that your name was on a flight and you were going to be removed? Were you aware of that? Do you remember it?
Officially, no, I was not made aware of that. I believe that day the news were going around that there was a chartered flight that was going to Nigeria that day. And because being Nigerian, I was in talks with some other Nigerian detainees, and there were some of them that were on that list. They had a bit informed, so, but I wasn't, and I knew I've been in detention for a while. The possibility that my name might be there, so I got concerned, and that was when I decided I should take a further step. So I spoke with one of the manager, which I think his name was Stuart.
Stuart?
Yeah.
Was it Povey Meyer or another Stuart?
He's a...
Big guy?
Yeah, it would be, I don't know. He's one of the officers that wear white and blue trousers.
Yeah, he's a manager.
Yeah, he was a manager.
But you knew him as a Stuart?
A Stuart.
That's as much as you knew.
Yeah.
All right.
He was the one I spoke with, and he tried his best, and he said he doesn't know he doesn't, in his reality, he doesn't think my name was there, but he said he would take me to his office.
Yeah.
So he took me down to his office and showed me his computer, and as he was scrolling down, he saw my name on it. He said, "Oh, you're there on the reserve list." And I was like, if I was there, why was I not informed?
Yeah.
I think that was...
Were you aware of a record, which you saw perhaps afterwards, that a decision had been taken on the 17th of May to remove you on the flight of the 23rd? Just look at your paragraph 32 in italics. And that the record said, flight booked for the 23rd of May 2017, authority to remove on the charter granted, no barriers outstanding to prevent removal, subject to be given no further notice. The date of the Chancellor should not be disclosed. Presumably you weren't aware of that at the time, but you became aware of it afterwards.
I think, I wasn't aware of this.
No.
I think that would be in relation to the charter on the 23rd.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was definitely not made aware of that.
But on the next day, the 24th, did you submit your own application for judicial review?
That was after I found out about from Stuart.
Yeah. And and what happened? Did you get put on a flight?
No, I didn't. I didn't get put on the flight. The reason why I didn't know, but I will assume it was because of I will have assumed maybe it was because of my judicial review application.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah. All right. But what you did discover was, and I'm simply picking this up from your paragraph 33, that you said on the 26th of May you received another set of removal directions for the 5th of June. Is that correct? That's what you say in paragraph 33 on page 8. Do you see that? 3 lines up from the bottom of the page.
All right.
On 26th of May, I received another set of removal directions for the 5th of June.
Yes, I believe I did.
Yeah. And it's the 5th of June that I want to come to, please, if I may. Because on that day, we know that there was a use of force, and in a while, I'm going to ask you to look at some video footage. Not quite yet, because first I want to get your account of what you say happened. Now, you've read some documents, and let's put up on screen a use of force document, CJS 005624, tab 3, Chair. If we, and this is, perhaps we can expand the top half, please. This is not in relation to you, it's in relation to your cellmate, I think, at the time, D390. Was he also Nigerian, as this document suggests?
Yes, he was.
And the time use of force commenced at 5:10, 1710. And completed is given as 1710. The log number at the top right is 137 of 17. And you'll see a third down. Do you see there's a box that says handheld camcorder, and below that body-worn camera? Both have got a circle around the word yes. You see that?
Yes.
Right. So we know that, and we know certainly that there was camera footage, body-worn camera, because we're going to see it, which was provided a couple of days ago. During the course of that use of force, what I want from you, please, forget the document for now, and you deal with it in paragraph 34 and onwards, is what you say happened. What do you remember? 390, not you, but 390, this is the 5th of June, was to be moved somewhere else?
According to what I remember and was told by
390.
The 390 then, that was my understanding.
He wasn't being removed from the country, is that it? He was being moved to another centre?
That's what I understand.
And as far as you're concerned, given what we just looked at in your statement, did you believe on that day that you were going to be put on a flight? Or did you know by the 5th of June, or did you believe that you weren't going to be put on a flight on the 5th of June?
It is really hard to say, because according to what happened in May, I was thinking I would be removed, and I wasn't. And on June, there was a possibility of that. But I think at that point, I was thinking more that might not happen. Because I remember my judicial review was already on, and at that point, a bit has been transferred to the High Court.
I see.
And I think there is an order that has gone now. So, in my thinking, I don't see that happening.
Right.
But
okay,
there are situations that has happened in the detention center where some other people still got removed, even with
despite
like
having
that.
judicial review proceedings pending.
There's still those that were still there.
All right. You're in the room with 390, and we know that some of the officers, if we were to read through this use of force form, that some of the officers were aware of the fact that 390 was boiling up a kettle. Yeah? Do you remember a kettle being boiled?
Okay. My recollection, I can't remember a kettle being boiled.
Right.
But if there's any chance that happened, that could have only been for someone making tea there between us. Okay. But in my recollection, it's not something I can remember.
Do you remember there being any water or puddles of water on the floor in or outside the cell?
Definitely not. I can't remember anything of such.
Right. We know that an officer came to the door and spoke to you. Now, what was that all about? Do you remember any of that?
I think that was Stuart.
Yeah, that's the manager's Stuart. That's Stuart Povey-Meyer, who's a DCM. And do you remember what he was asking of you?
He came by the door. I can remember very well. Asked me to come by to the door, and in that process, he told me to stay by the door. And
stay by the door?
Yeah, stay by the door. And I remember telling him, no, I won't stay by the door.
What were you worried about?
Because he was speaking to me through the shaft, and I could see what was happening through the shaft.
Sorry, what's the word you're using? Forgive me. You could see him
through the shaft, the little shaft. Yeah, through the door.
Yeah, so there's a little window.
Yeah, just a little window there.
Tell me this, while I've got it in mind. When you're speaking to Stuart, who's on the other side of the door, and you're on the inside, were you aware that there were a number of other officers with riot gear on outside at that time?
Yeah, exactly. I saw them all in their shield and their helmet and things.
So Stuart is asking you what, to go away from the door?
They asked me to come to the door.
Come to the door, and what did he say to you at the door?
He asked me to come to the door, asked me to stay by the door, and I think at some point he also told me to, part of the conversation I can remember was him asking me to come to the door, stay by the door.
And realizing what was about to happen, did you want to stay by the door?
Definitely not, because I could see those people in riot gear or armored up
Yeah.
about to come in.
Yeah.
And in my understanding, if I was to stay by that door, it is a hard metal door.
Yeah.
And the door in my cell, if you open it backward, it hits the wall. And I definitely won't be staying by that door, seeing 5, 6 big men coming through the door.
Yeah.
If they should push that door, it will be hitting my head, pinning me into the wall, getting injured in the process.
Yeah.
And another thing, there were a lot of reasons, not just that. I also didn't want to also leave that cell because the suitable crew has got a reputation.
Yeah. What's the reputation?
There was a situation whereby they've gone to forcefully remove people from their cell and maybe take them to self-isolation, or in the process of removing them, but later brought them back because they didn't end up putting them on the flight. And when those people come back, they tell us what happened, the story, what they experienced, how they were treated bad. They were the most feared crew in the detention.
Yeah.
And based on those knowledge I had, I didn't want to leave that cell because I already know what they were coming to do.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be in this cell so I can witness what will happen.
Right. So, Stuart says to you, stay by the door. Did you go back to your bed?
I remember telling Stuart that I don't want to stay by the door, or I don't want to come by the door. I will go to the bed and I will stay there, and you can come in and do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
That was what I told them.
And your cellmate, 390, you say you don't remember him boiling up a kettle. Was he standing or was he on his bed?
According to what I can't really remember that very well, but it's I don't want to speculate, but it's either the two.
Yeah.
But I think the probably is more probably standing, but I can't really remember precisely what that was.
We have this use of form document on screen. I'm not going to go through the individual sections of it, but you will have looked at this and everybody has it available to them. And when the officers made their report about what happened, they talk about a kettle being boiled by your cellmate, them being worried about the boiling of the kettle for obvious reasons, because they say it was being repeatedly boiled, not just once, but repeatedly. And they also mention, in some instances, that there was water on the floor, which indicates that the kettle had been boiling and water had spilled onto the cell floor. Now, are they all wrong about that?
Oh, well, I am pretty sure if something like that happened, I will remember. I can't remember any such thing happening with water on the floor, kettle boiling, no. I can't recollect anything of such.
Now, at some point, the door bursts open. Before it did, or around the time it did, do you now have any recollection whether the power went off in your cell?
No, I can't remember that, no. Power going off, no.
No. Did you appreciate that occasionally the officers would turn off the power to a cell when they were making a restraint, as the one that was made on the 5th of June, in order to avoid a kettle being used in circumstances where they feared boiling water might be thrown at them?
I don't know of that.
You don't know,
no.
You didn't know that. Right. The door comes open, you're on your bed, you can't remember where 390 was. Describe to us, first of all, what happens to you.
After speaking to Stuart, went back to my bed, lay down on my bed, exactly what I told them I would do, and they could come in and do whatever they want to do. So I remember they came in, think there were about 5 to 6 officers came in.
Yeah.
And I think about 3 or 4, remember, went to the 390 side. I think I can remember. I think it was probably standing.
Right. What did they do to him? Let's then focus on him to begin with.
They came in, and I remember them holding their shield.
They did what?
They came in, and I remember them holding their shield.
Yeah.
And using it to push him to the bed.
Yeah.
And at that same time, on my side, there were 2 officers that came to my side as well.
No. Pause there for a moment. Let's focus on 390. When the shield was used on him, was he being violent in any way?
Not that I can remember now.
Was he saying anything?
I think I had him complaining of pain and...
No, but before the shield was used, did he say anything about whether he wanted to go or not?
Okay, I remember he didn't want to go.
But did he say that?
To the officers?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Well, if you look at paragraph 41 of your witness statement, let's see if this jogs your memory. They... have you got it there? And this statement was made on the 19th of November of this year.
Okay.
They held him against the bed with their shield and then held his arms behind his back. They pushed him on his front, so he was face down on the bed. He was screaming that he didn't want to go, but he wasn't being violent towards anyone.
Yeah.
So is that accurate, as you remember?
That would be accurate, because when they put him on the bed, and there were a lot of screaming going on. It was like he was in pain, you're hurting me, and things like that. And yeah, part of the conversation was, I didn't want to go. I told you I have a bail hearing and things like that. Why are you moving me? And things. Yeah. So there was a lot of conversation going on.
That's him. Let's leave him there for the moment. What about you? What happened to you?
So when they came in, the 2 officers came to my side, and one of them decided to put the shield on me. And I got really angry and agitated, and told them, why are they doing that?
No. But just so we can understand, did they actually put the shield on you?
According to my memory and what I can remember.
And were you sitting on your bed at this time, or were you flat on your bed, lying on it?
I was flat on my bed.
On your back or your front?
On my back. And when they came in, the shield was put on me, and I had to use my hand to push it back. In that process, I had to sit up and put my back on the wall.
Yeah.
And that was what led to me then screaming at them, why are they doing that? And part of the conversation, they told me that they were doing that to protect me.
Yeah. Were you refusing to leave the room at that time? Had you been asked to leave the room?
The conversation I had with them, never understood them telling me to leave the room. Yeah. What I understood with the conversation I had with them was me coming by the door, and seeing coming by the door. My understanding was they wanted me to come by the door, so I wouldn't be in the area
in the way,
where in the way. Yeah. But that won't be possible, because the choice between me staying by the door and getting my head hit by a heavy metal door, or me just going to my bed, sitting down there and not disturbing whatever they're doing.
All right. You remember 390 being put in handcuffs? Do you remember that?
I'm not sure of that.
Yeah, we'll see the footage.
But it's a possibility, and the reason why I think so is because the way they were, he's a fit guy, and because the way they were able to control his hand, I can't remember seeing an handcuff, but the way his hand was placed behind his back seems like, to me, the only way that could have happened might have been through an handcuff. But that doesn't mean I remember seeing one. So.
That's fine. Once D390 was out of the cell, did the officers who had you, as you recall it, pinned down or pinned to the wall, did they let you go?
Based on my experience, When that was done initially and I had to sit up and push it back.
Yeah.
I think when I started complaining that why are you doing that? I've told you I'm not disturbing what you're here to do. I'm just laying down there. Maybe they stayed back a little, but that doesn't mean they left me. They were still all over in my space, my face. So that was that.
Yeah. In the document we have on screen, and again, just in order to save time, I'm not going to take you to it, but at pages 15 to 16, Stuart Povey-Meyer made a report, and in his report he said no force was used on you and you were calm afterwards. Do you think that's accurate?
Calm?
Were you calm?
No. Calm. No, I wasn't calm because there were a lot of emotion after that.
Yeah.
I just felt like I've just been assaulted. I was angry. I just experienced something I've never experienced before in my life. And I remember after that happened, I think Stuart came back into the room and just spoke to me briefly. And I think I told him that why would they have even come to my side at all, put the shield on me at all. And yeah, I wasn't happy at all.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I just. Yeah, I was. Like, I don't know. I was just over everywhere at that point.
Yeah.
And because at the end because after that happened, they locked me back in, and I was just alone in the cell for about another 25 minutes alone after that.
Yeah. Let me ask you some questions that the Home Office would like me to ask you, and the Chair has agreed to be asked. Did you sustain any physical injuries arising out of what happened to you in that cell that day?
But not that I can remember.
Did you complain about that use of force to anyone?
Right immediately. I probably explained to you the PayPal complaint.
Yeah.
Just wasn't a way forward at the detention. But
did you complain verbally?
Verbally, right immediately to Stewart right
to
there.
Stewart.
Right
to anyone else?
To staff, no, but to other detainees after they opened us up, told them about what happened and what went down.
But not officially? No official complaint?
Well, if the oral complaint to Stewart can be considered as an official one, that would be it.
Right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to play some body-worn camera footage to you. Chair, as you will recall, you made a ruling or a determination that footage which might identify a detained person needs to be blurred, redacted and subtitled. That's not been able to happen yet as far as this footage goes because, as I've said before, we've only recently received it. So what I invite you to do, please, is for the broadcast to be cut so that the footage can be played in closed session. We've been in open session throughout, but that is a substantive change. For the footage to be shown in closed session, and once it is confirmed that the live stream has been cut, then I will ask for the first 2 minutes of the footage to be played to the witness and to people in the inquiry room.
I agree to that. Do I need to rise for us to do that, or are we going to continue?
I don't think so. I just need an indication from the technicians that the broadcast's been cut.
Okay, thank you.
Now, you've seen that footage. You may have seen it before. But first of all, the manager at the door, that's Stuart Povey-Meyer, is that correct?
Oh, yes.
The one who's speaking to you through the door.
Yeah.
And you'll remember that he says, when he's at the door, something about boiling a kettle. You remember hearing that? That's what he says.
No, I
You don't remember hearing it? Do you remember him hearing something about turning off the electricity?
No, I didn't hear any.
But you did notice that when the officers go in, the lights are off and then suddenly they come on again. You remember seeing that?
No, I couldn't remember.
No? All right. It's difficult to see, isn't it, from the vantage point of whoever's holding the camera or whoever's wearing the camera, beyond the bodies of officers, what's going on. But do you think you see yourself being pinned down on the bed as you've described to us there, or is it just too difficult to see?
According to my own remembrance and what I remember.
Yeah, it's not your memory I'm asking you, it's what you see on the video. Do you think it's just too difficult to see, or do you see yourself in the video being pinned on the bed and then up against the wall as you've told us?
There is a session when they initially came in, and I think one of the staff got their shield to me, and I had to sit up and push it.
I know, but do you think you see that on the video?
I believe so.
Right. Did you see any of the officers with batons? Do you know what a baton is?
Yeah.
It's like a stick. Did you see any of that, or anyone hitting D390 with a baton?
I can't remember anything of such.
And the reason I ask is I want you to look at one document very briefly, please. Chair, for you at B4, or Section 4, tab 4. D390, you'll remember, made a witness statement in support of your case in the High Court. Do you remember that?
Yes, I believe he supplied an unsigned statement.
It may be an unsigned one, but let's put it up on screen. DL 0000095 at page 1 to begin with. So there's the front of the statement. You can see the title. It's in the High Court of Justice, Queen's Bench Division, Administrative Court, the Queen on the application of you, and the Secretary of State, and it's the statement of your erstwhile cellmate, D390. Can we go to the next page, please? And if we focus on paragraph 7 for a moment, and I'm asking these questions on behalf of the Home Office. The guards proceeded to hit me, this is what D390 says, with batons and their shields. I was screaming, asking them to leave me alone. And what I'm asking, and that's the reason I've asked you, whether you saw batons being used, whether he's right or wrong.
I can't remember that happening because at some point during the altercation, my view was restricted because of the two staff that were beside me.
Yeah.
And but based on what I saw, where my view was able to see, I couldn't see a button being used or any button.
Can we also look at paragraph 6 of the same statement? This on behalf of G4S, who asked the question, I think, or is it the Home Office? The Home Office, forgive me. There, D390 says, I noticed they'd also pinned down D1851, so that's you, to his bed. I could hear him screaming. He kept shouting at them to leave him alone. They just ignored him and carried on trying to remove me, in other words, 390, from the cell. Was that accurate, as far as you were concerned, what 390 was saying about you?
Well, I don't know what his view was when that was happening, but there's possibility, I don't know, but if there's a possibility, he might have seen the initial time when one of the officers, when they first came in and bend the shield on me, and I had to sit up and push it off, so it's a possibility.
You see, the suggestion is, as I've understood it, that the claim made in support of your case was not a true claim. Do you understand what's being suggested?
Well, I can only, to be honest, I can only tell what I experienced, what my view was, what the way I felt, and the impact of what the experience was for me. And it's hard for me to explain what the 390's view of the situation was. So.
Let me ask you this: having seen the video footage, is there anything you feel that you should change about the account you've given to the inquiry, about your experience of what happened? Is there anything you want to change?
There's definitely, my experience has been what my experience is, and there's nothing I see that is changing in it.
Yeah. All right, let me please then move on, because in your inquiry statement you then deal with some aspects about your experience of other detained men at Brook House, paragraph 52 and onwards. Simply this, you talk about occasions when there were other threatening detained men at Brook House, one of whom, for example, made threats over a pool game. There was an issue you had over food. I simply want to ask you this: did you complain about those problems to anyone, and if not, why not?
I didn't complain because while in Brook House, you have to be able to understand the environment you're in. You tend to understand that no one will listen to you. Yeah. Because in reality, no one cares about what is happening to you. Not the Home Office, not the majority of the officers. So the best thing is, when things like that happen, is try your best to avoid such situations, really.
Yeah. And the same thing if you saw drug use. Did you ever think of reporting that to anyone?
That didn't really need reporting.
Because everybody knew?
Because the staff see it every day. They know the rooms that they are, yeah. So that doesn't really need reporting.
Yeah. So G4S asked me to ask you the questions about whether you complained about those other issues that you had. Can we look at it another way? If you had complained about other detained men, perhaps some of whom had criminal convictions, would that have made your life simpler in detention or worse? If they'd been reported and something had happened to them and they knew it was you who had reported them, what would have happened?
Okay. In detention, we're been detained with convicts, hardened criminals. Mm. I've never been in that line of life before. I've never experienced it before. Never even had any altercation with police ever before in my life. And I've had stories of some ex-convict who's been detained there who got sent into prison for cutting off someone's head. And now I'm being threatened by someone, being told by someone who told me I will cut off your head using even hand. Yeah, I will, and I know that majority of the time there are not a lot of staff on the wing. If we try to get even the attention of staff, they don't care. If he's saying that, what about if he's capable of doing it? Why will I want to complain? Because I'm afraid for my life. It's better I just shut up, because if I complain, in my understanding, if you make complaint and they listen, which in my experience, no complaint, even through verbal, has ever been, anything has been done about it. But if they ever did, it means they will have to get the person involved. Yeah. And according to information goes around about some of them, you don't want to have any bad stuff with people like that. You don't.
No, we understand. Thank you. Coming back to one or two other questions about the environment. I've asked you about the cell and the smell and the noises, and you've told us very graphically about all of that. One of the other things I want to ask you about communal showers, which were on the wing. Did that feel private when you took showers?
Well, don't think so. Well, if being in the shower and the water of the shower water of the person next to you, even though there's a partition, if the shower water of the person next to you is splashing on you, if that is called private in G4S settings, then maybe it's private. But in my own understanding, that's not. It's just not. That's just the thing. And you sharing, I think it's probably 8 showers or something.
Yeah.
Or if no more than that, I can't remember, with other, probably more than 40 other detainees. So, you know.
So you found showering in communal showers also lacking privacy?
Yeah, and the hygiene in there isn't really the best. It's not good. It's not clean because it is generally left to some detainees to clean it that get to work in the detention center. With majority of them do it so that they could stay out longer by avoiding being locked up for longer hours.
Yeah.
And they just, it's not really hygienic, to be honest. Some of them are even cluttered. At times water doesn't flow through. You get into the shower, you're stepping into settled water that has been used by the previous person that was in there. So.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, just as a question really, which just globalizes, if I may, your view of the situation in which you found yourself in Brook House. And you made another witness statement in January 2020. And Chair, you'll find this behind tab 2. And can we just put up, please, the following document and the page of that document, DL 000094 at page 12. Page 12, please. And if we can expand the bottom half. Paragraph 74. These are your words, made for the purposes, I imagine, of your civil complaint. It was mentally draining trying to just get on with my life whilst in Brook House. I was constantly tired, always stressed and crying frequently. I was always on edge. I lost count of the sleepless nights I had. The food was poor. I was locked up for the majority of the day. My freedom, even within the context of a detention centre, was non-existent. The immigration officers simply weren't concerned with the safeguarding of my welfare or safety. The immigration officers were demeaning and rude. They spoke to me with utter disdain and disrespect. The drugs and gang culture also didn't help. No assessment seemed to have been carried out, as gang members would find themselves in close quarters to fellow gang members, rival gang members, or people not associated with criminality. I shared a cell with a criminal, D390. Again, I'm a law-abiding person. I don't know any criminals. I don't know anyone within my immediate family, extended family, or friends with criminal convictions. This was a completely different world to anything I had experienced, and I hated it. Next page, please. Top of the page. I hated it. It continues to affect me to this day. I was under constant stress and anxiety. The fact we could hear people screaming in the detention centre was also very stressful. It could be the middle of the night and we would hear people banging on the heavy metal doors, and they would be reciting religious scriptures and shouting. Your sleep would be interrupted without fail. Others would scream about killing themselves, and you'd hear others self-harming. It was also not uncommon to see people wetting themselves, collapsing and frothing at the mouth because of spice. The detention centre smelled of spice. Brook House has damaged me mentally and physically. Sums up your experience in one paragraph.
Yeah, but yeah, some of the experience, but not really tell the mental effect it all had, because it's easy to say what you saw, what you experienced. But I think for me, as someone who has never been in such situation of such ever in my life, it totally made me someone else till today, and I'm still struggling, and the pain was, I shouldn't have been there. There were several chances to avoid me staying there for long or even getting there. I tried everything. Everything they asked me, I provided. But they never listened. They didn't do anything. And even till today, they still haven't apologized.
No.
They said they accepted that I was detained unlawfully, but no apology even till today. And just ask myself the question, I came from a country whereby they tell you the law doesn't care wherever. I came to the UK believing there is a law. Okay, people will make mistakes, but there is a law that will protect you no matter what. Till today, my view has changed. I just don't think it exists. And yeah, the story is there. What I experienced, what I saw every day, the spies, drug, people collapsing, emergencies, people looking like zombies every day, piling on each other.
Yeah.
I didn't, even when I was in the real world, I didn't see that. But seeing that every day, for God's sake, it shapes you. I don't pray anyone experience it. And part of the reason why I came into this inquiry is to please do something about it. There are probably still other people experiencing the same thing, especially innocent people. When you're in a detention whereby convicted people came there and they are telling you that the experience in prison that they came from is better than the experience in a detention center, that will probably give you an idea of what it's like.
Yeah. And let me just ask you a couple of other things, and then we'll try to finish in the next 15 minutes or so. First of all, in a word or two, you deal with this at length in your witness statement, but in a word or two, did you find when you needed it access to healthcare easy at Brook House? Or did you find waiting times intolerable?
No, it wasn't easy, because I still remember one particular experience. If I remember, I was having the flu at some point, and I needed to see a healthcare official. I had to, when you put a request to see a nurse or something, the earliest they'll probably respond to is, in my own experience, probably 2 days after. But in my case, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 days after.
Yeah.
And even when they finally saw me, I remember asking them, telling them what's the issue, that I'm struggling with breathing because of the flu. It was really bad.
Yeah.
And the nurse told me there is nothing, they've got nothing they can give to me. Yeah. That I should go back to the wing and ask for paracetamol on the wing office. And I told them that, well, don't they have any nostril spray that they should just give, that generally helps me? She said they don't have. I even told them, okay, no problem. Can you help me get it? I will pay for it myself. If you don't have it, I'm willing to pay for it. She said there is nothing they can do. Yeah. I'm like, okay, just help, because it's affecting me. Nothing happened. And I just went back, and that was it. That's just not the only story. Because of the headache I was experiencing every night, every day, I had to rely most of the time on paracetamol. Yeah. That is, if they give it to you, because there are times you will call, ask for paracetamol, no staff will respond to you. You will ring emergency bell, you can hear the emergency bell ringing, but no staff answering you. And the emergency bell is that loud, Because I remember my floor was on the top floor,
Yeah.
and the wing office was downstairs. And it's that loud I could hear it behind the door. I was logged in on the top floor. So there is no way any staff would be in that office or even sleeping that person won't wake up. So it's either there is no staff there or the staff there is dead. It's either that or the other.
And if it was a serious emergency, what then?
Oh, that happens several times. That's not me, but like an example of some detainee banging on the door. That was some situation that was as a result of some detainee actually screaming they need help. Because I still remember an experience where a detainee was banging on the door in the middle of the night and saying his cellmate needs help.
Yeah.
Was banging, ringing, banging so hard. Nothing happened. There was no response.
Yeah.
So that's not just once.
Yeah. Let me ask you about something else then. You told us that around the time of the first, when you caught wind of the fact that you might be removed, you judicially reviewed the decision, and by the sound of it, you were doing that by yourself at that point. Did you find the use of machines, photocopiers, the internet, that sort of thing within the centre easy in order to pursue a legal claim which, as it turned out, was completely justified?
I think it's good to say Brook House was like a place that was set up to keep you in as long as possible. That was the way it felt. And I believe to a lot of detainees as well. In any way. I can still remember, probably I was there for almost 3 months. And very well I can remember for half of it, there was no access to internet. Internet was there. And I remember the reason, some of my legal process in the court, there was a point whereby I got contact from the Home Office and I was told a sealed copy of my judicial review, they didn't receive it. I didn't, and that was because I couldn't. The fax machine wasn't working. I couldn't scan it because there was no internet working. The only means I had of getting it across to them was using the welfare office, the staff, where they only had 1 or 2 staff times attending to the over, I think maybe over 9, I don't know the total number, but all the detainees in the whole detention center. And I remember it was after 3 or 4 days later that the judicial review had been sealed by the court that I was finally able to get it across to the Home Office. And that was after me having to queue by the welfare door, and you'll be given a number. You could be given number 50, and majority of the time the welfare staff, they're just 1 or 2. They can only attend to maybe just 30 people in a day. So when that happens, you have to go back. Wait the following day, wake up as early as possible. By the time you get there, you probably already have 40 people already ahead of you. If you're lucky enough, it will be your turn that day. If it's not your turn, you have to come back again. And with time, you realize you can't use the internet. The internet is down, but their own internet is working in the office. So why is their working, yours, the one for the detainee, is not working?
One of the things you say in your statement at page 100 is that the internet was difficult to access and it wouldn't work when there was to be a removal. And you said that you didn't know whether that was deliberate or not, or whether it was just unreliable. But what was the word on that? What did people think?
I think with time you start, there is coincidence, and this seems to be, it's deliberate as well. But when something tends to happen often, and you can see a pattern, start asking yourself, is this deliberate? Because during the period when there is about to be a removal or a deportation, people tend to run around and try and bring some legal case into the court with the hope that their case will be reviewed and deportation might be stopped and all of that. But the only way people could actually do that will be if they could send documents to their counsel, the court, or whoever. If that is not possible, well, they will be removed. They can't stop anything.
Yeah.
But that tends to, in my recollection, that seems to be something that happened often around those periods. And an example of it was mine. It was during the period I knew I might be removed on the 25th of May that I started my judicial review. It was after like 4 days or 5 days I was able to get it across to them. That was because the internet, the fax machine was down.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just me. That seems to be, I don't know if it was deliberate, but hard to convince yourself it's not with the frequency it happened.
Yeah. Now, I said a little earlier I might come back to complaints and oversight. You were asked, for the purposes of your inquiry statement, whether you'd heard of various organisations like the Professional Standards Unit or the IMB, the Independent Monitoring Board. Had you? Yes or just yes or no? We'll
Not
probably
really,
do no. And there were others that you were asked about. You said you'd heard of the prisons and probation ombudsman since release, and you had heard of the Gatwick Detainees Welfare Group, but you didn't understand what they were for. You were aware of the chaplaincy and you went to some church services, but you never sought help from them. Is that right? That's what you said. And you told us about your view of making complaints. Finally, what I would like to do, please, is to come on to something really we started with, which is the impact of detention on your health. And I'm going to ask to put up on screen, please, DL 000099 at page 7. Chair, tab 10. And this is a psychological report by Dr. Rosemin Halari. And on page, I said 7, I meant probably 9, in fact. Forgive me. Let's start on page 9. No, that's my fault again. I'm looking at 3 different page numbers on the same page. I meant 7. Can we go back 2 pages, please? Right, paragraph 45 at the bottom, mental and physical health. Let's just look at what the psychologist had to say about you, and this report is dated the 30th of April 2018. No physical health difficulties, suffers from depression and anxiety, diagnosed with PTSD, which was diagnosed by your GP in September, October 2017. And then paragraph 47 at the bottom, please. Told me that he experiences negative, intrusive thoughts on a regular basis, daily. Said he still has nightmares, but he can't remember what the content of the nightmares is. Wakes up sweating. This happens about 2 or 3 times a week. And over to the next page, please. And just let me read out a few more paragraphs. At the top, 48, 49, 50, and then 51 is what we'll read. Let's start with 48 to 50. He told me that he experiences flashbacks, usually when he sees triggers that remind him of his time in detention, such as cells, violence, sound of keys, or TV programs related to prison. Said he doesn't just have ordinary flashbacks. He said that when he experiences flashbacks, he literally breaks down. Said that he cries, his mood changes, and he finds it very difficult to control his emotions. He said that his appetite isn't like it was before, has lost a lot of weight. You said to the psychologist, it's taken a lot out of me. You used to be a gym addict, but you now feel anxious about gyms because you associate it with detention, and that you now felt disgusted going to the gym, and you couldn't see the benefit for yourself, and you had lost motivation. Paragraph 50, at the time of this report, hardly went out, and you said in that particular week you went out on 2 occasions, once in order to send a parcel, and the other was to attend the assessment with the psychologist. And finally, paragraph 51, you said that when you hear a loud bang, you get very anxious and you jump. In detention, when you, as you put it, I was banged up, it was really distressing and traumatic. You became tearful in the assessment, you went quiet, stating that when the doors locked, you heard the others locking from far away, and it was a reminder that you were going to have to be banged up. There was no air, no sign of life. You felt trapped, very trapped and anxious. And you said that you experienced constant uncertainty because you didn't know what each day was going to be like or what was going to happen. And you said that words can't describe what you went through. It was just horrible. Are you better than that now? That was April 2018. We're now in December 2021, or is that still your life?
Well, I want to believe I'm better than back then because it was horrible back then, especially because I was kind of probably a month, 2 months or 3 after I came out, and it was hard because I remember then I was home, and I think it's easy to explain because when I left detention, like I said, I didn't actually understand what was happening to me while I was in Brook House. It was after I was released. As I stepped out into real world, I remember my first step was stepping into Gatwick train station. That was where I first noticed something is different because people were walking by me and I was scared. I got started when people walked by, and that felt weird. But I just thought, well, let me just go back. I was just excited to be out of the place. But after I got home, I realized everything was different. I didn't want to leave the same spot I was. Wouldn't go out of the house. Just spoke with friends, invited me out. I wouldn't go. The worst part was hearing the bang and me jumping, and happened for several times. And I remember another one I remember was being at home and watching a program on TV. It was about life in prison or something like that. And funny enough, the program was just a remembrance of, was just there remembering me that where I was a prison. First, I remember seeing the plates they were using. It was a normal prison, the plate they were using. It was the same type of plate as plastic plate we used to eat in Brook House. The ketchup they use, exactly the same. I broke down. It was terrible. I think it was that day I realized I need to go and see an expert because my partner was there, was supportive, but I think she was scared, and then she realized, oh, this is bad. And yeah, since then I've sought help, was able to get some therapy that I was able to get through the NHS, but financially I couldn't, because even after coming out of detention for years, Home Office still won't allow me to work. For years, even after I was released from detention. So there wasn't any money to go and seek any help. But I think during that process, I was taught how to try and cope with it. It's still there, but I think now I'm much more equipped to know how to deal with it. It's not like I've gotten to where I want to be. I think I still need more help, but it's much more better. Before I can actually talk about it the way I am now.
Good.
So I think that's an improvement.
Good. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for giving your account to us. Chair, those are all the questions I have. I don't know if you have any questions for the witness.
I don't, but I would just like to thank you as well. I know it's not an easy experience, and I've very much appreciated hearing your account, so thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Chair, that's all the business for today. Resume on Monday at 10 o'clock. We have another detained man coming to give evidence, D668, 10 o'clock on Monday, all things being well, followed by other evidence by other witnesses who are on the timetable, together with NGO evidence, which will consume us next week.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. See you on Monday.